can't carry anymore.
Hello. Yes?
Yeah, I figured I think this ladder's ending soon. Like, you know, I'm not going to get to 93, so I figured I'd you know, just sell them. But yes, they are pretty. So I've got 3 left. Maybe it'll give me a pull for 3. Pays to know your crafting, doesn't it? Is that 11? It is, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, you have to do a lot. You do have to do a lot to get lucky, you know. It's not like I mean, I've crafted some really nice stuff in the past. 2 skills, 20 faster cast rate, you know. But it's all gone. Didn't keep any of it. Oh yeah. But you're using Infinity, aren't you? Yeah, yeah. I went back to Insight on mine. I just made it in that ethereal CV that I had sitting on the mule. And just left the gill arms on the merc, thinking that he'll probably survive okay. Just he won't need leech. He can manage just from my life tap. And so far, he actually has. So, but I leveled to 92, which means he'll be 92 soon. Which means he should get 200 strength then, so I can change the helm if it, you know, if it stops working out. Anything else? I think I can delete this mule. I think get rid of him. So I like the name, but he can go. I tried out Atmas yesterday, and apart from the problem, you know, kind of with life tap, I was quite impressed. I tried normal mobs, doesn't really matter, but I took it to Andy. I mean, you don't need 100% crushing blow, really. You kind of... I mean, how would you get that anyway? You'd need... So you'd have 35 on your helm. So that'd be 60. Yeah, you could do it. I wouldn't bother with 100% crushing blow. Anything above 50%. Yeah. But ideally, so like... what's it called? Gillarms plus gauze, that'll give you 50. And then if you want more than that, oh yeah, last wish. Well, you know, I mean, they're very different characters. You know, I mean, I don't even want to get into last wish really. If you can afford last wish, then use it. I mean, even if I could afford last wish, I wouldn't use it. For the same reason I was happy to get rid of treachery. I don't like fade casting when I'm not casting it, because I need burst of speed. It is, well, for a rift sin it is, because it means you can wear, you don't have to need 20 attack speed somewhere. You need to pump your burst of speed a little bit. It's like level 21 for rift. Otherwise you need to wear a cat's eye or you know, blood fists or something. Well, I would say, having never used last wish, because if I had the, you know, those high runes sitting around, it's the last thing I would make. But it's the same build. Rift just gives you a bit more on top. You don't need the Nightwings really. You could still stick with Gill Arms. You could still have like 50% crushing blow or more if you use up goblins. And then the cold damage is just you know, it's just something on top really. Plus the magic damage and the fire damage. But you still have traps. I still have synergized Death Sentry. It's still a major part of the build. But I don't use... I'll show you in a bit some gameplay. But I don't have Lightning Sentry bound. I just use Death Sentry. I find it to be enough support with Rift. I mean, I was kind of against going. I think so, actually. I think if you build around it, it outperforms a static build. From what I've read. I don't know. I don't really play Players 8, but I think in terms of you know, crowd control and area of effect damage, yeah, I think it's more than viable. I think it's probably the best way to go for Players 8. But to be honest with you, I find this kind of builds, you know, obviously you work your way up and you get Enigma and stuff like that. But this build is more for people who are just, they're not swimming in high runes. If you got a high runes for Last Wish and you want to do Players 8, I suggest just making it a trapper with Infinity, to be honest. That would be my suggestion. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, But if you've got the runes, try it out. Some people swear by it, especially for doing the Ubers, because obviously you could do the Ubers with a Last Wish kicks in. But yeah, I would say, from what I know about Last Wish, and you know, the things it activates, and just as a weapon, I'd say Rift is probably more fun. And you get to, it's less boring build as well, because you get to try things like, you know, stick a sorceress helm on and use facets and things. You know, I mean, it's a really good weapon. Every mod on it is useful for you, really. Apart from maybe the Iron Maiden charges, you know. But everything else is great for a kicker. You know. Depends on you, really. If you're happy with Fade proccing without your say-so, give Last Wish a try. Yeah, it does, yeah. Any elemental damage like that applies to kicks. That's why Azurath is an incredible kicker weapon for PVM. It's great, and of course the Sanctuary Aura removes the physical immunity from undead, so you just tear through physical immune ghosts and all sorts of stuff, you know. Yeah, so plus max doesn't work. Enhanced damage off weapon, so on an armor or something, that works. Damage to demons doesn't work, so there's no, you know, no point in going laying of hands. Yeah, well that's what most, you know, I didn't. You can't. It's hard to level as a kicks in. And it's a bit, since you have, now we've got respec tokens, it's a bit pointless. Yeah, just level as traps until you get to hell, and then start thinking about your kicker, you know. Because basically, the only difference really, I'll show you my skills layout. That's really the only difference. Before you get your Enigma, if you're going to use Enigma, then 1 point in Dragonflight is utterly amazing. In fact, I could play just as well without Enigma, just using Dragonflight. It's pretty much exactly the same speed as like a low cast rate teleport, so there's no difference, you know. But yeah, you want Dragon Talon. I got 6 kicks there, but I prefer 5, so I'm gonna respec 6 kicks. Often you find yourself just, you know, the mob's dead and you're just kicking thin air. So sorry, I just picked those up. And then shadow skills, just 1 in pretty much everything. Cast those on your switch, and they stay at that level, obviously. So what I do is I cast Battle Command, then my Shadow Master's 17, and at level 17 she gets like rare gear, you know, like yellows and stuff. So you want to, if you're going to use it, get it to 17, but that's not a problem with some plus skills. I put 1 point in Mind Blast because I use it on like Black Souls and things like that before they can shoot me. Cloak of Shadows is amazing, but I don't use it because it's bugged. Yeah, it can do, but it doesn't. I mean, I've used it, then I spec'd out of it. I've used it, then I spec'd out of it. It doesn't make a massive difference. You won't see many orb procs from it unless you like to stand in tons of mobs, lots, you know. It's not worth taking just for that. But it also carries leech per mob. So it's only a quarter, but when you're surrounded by like 20 little imps, that's a lot of leech. And it'll transfer life tap once it's activated. It carries deadly strike, all sorts of things like that. For me, I don't really. I'm probably going to shave those 3 points, or maybe just that. Blade Fury is supposedly, you know, it can be quite good if you can be bothered using it, but I don't use that either. Mainly, I use kicks, a bit of Mind Blast. Shadow Master's generally always out. Point in Venom. You can raise that if you want. It helps with bosses. Yeah, the only problem with it is it doesn't last long. I mean, look how many points you need. Compare that to say like Venom. I've just got 1 point in Venom. That's like 180 seconds, and then I got extra points in there, and it's only like 105, you know. So you have to remember to recast it if you're going to get the most out of it. So it's an extra thing to keep track of. But yeah, it can be. It's fun when you stood in like a load of mobs, and it's like you're leeching from it, and you're not doing anything, and it's just like orbs are firing and stuff. It's interesting. It's a good PvP skill if you PvP. But its value, I think, is a bit limited for PvM. The core of the build is basically Talon, Dragonflight if you don't have Enigma. I recommend Mind Blast. Yeah, kickers can do Ubers. Yeah, obviously you need to make some adjustments. You wouldn't use Rift. You'd use something like a Flesh Ripper, or your Last Wish, or whatever. Because Ubers, you want Crushing Blow, the colds. You know, Rift is no good. Rift is like a general PvM build. Okay, no problem. If you go on the page, the Twitch page or wherever, and look under, because I tend to delete the streams, but I highlight them. So if you look at the highlights, there's plenty of gameplay, and it should be listed what gear I'm using, so you can have a quick look and see how much fun it is in PvM before you decide to build one. Yeah, did you make Crescent Moon afterwards? Yeah, three socket phase blade is tricky to find. But you could use a I don't know, like an Etienne axe or something like that, I guess. You just have to adjust your burst of speed. Do you know there's a IAS calculator that you can use? Have you ever used that? It's like a German site. And you just put in your character, you put in what weapon they're using, you put in your level of burst of speed or whatever, and it'll tell you how much more attack speed or how many. Yeah, but the calculator means you don't have to do the maths. You just put in what you're using. I use it for my Merc all the time. But if you're struggling to find a 3-socket phase blade, just use a 3-socket, like a 3-socket Etienne axe or something like that. I think it can be made in axes, pretty sure. Or a dimensional blade, or I mean, you're not going to be hitting with it, so. Yeah, well, but they look the same though, don't they? You know, chuck in a crystal sword. Then you can give it to a sorceress then later on. In fact, I think I used the one season I made an oversoak, and before I had an infinity scythe, I used Crescent Moon, and it was good. Yeah, I think we're going to be waiting till December though, aren't we? By the looks of it. Yeah, it'll be the end of one of the seasons, won't it? But I think, didn't Blizzard say it was going to be December? Actually, what slows me down there the most is just not being able to see a thing. I've stayed away from searching for, you know, looking at it, because I know it would just annoy me. So I'm just gonna wait. You know, I may pre-order it. I haven't decided yet. I generally don't pre-order though. I think it's a mugs game. But you know, we'll see if they offer early access for pre-orders. You know.
Stay a while and listen. Good day.
Yeah, those lucky streamers that got into the alpha. I mean, that's what's important, really. I guess as long as it feels like Diablo, you know. But I've always really liked the art design in this game. And don't forget, it was made by Blizzard North, not Blizzard. And Blizzard North went on to become Runic Games, who then made the Torchlight games. So they've always had this unique kind of art design. The Torchlight games look amazing. And I've seen screenshots of what they've done. There's even just things like they've changed the look of the rings and amulets and things like that. And yeah, I haven't really been impressed. But we'll see what the end result is like, you know.
Good day. Can I help you?
I mean, if they better not mess up the assassin. That's all I can say. They just better not. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean, they may do it. I guess they'll see what the uptake is. You know, see what the purchase is. But if you all over Reddit, there's people who are coming back to Diablo 2 after like breaks of like 10 years. So I think there's going to be quite a large. It's going to sell well, I think. So they may do that. You know, they might add some new content, maybe even some new rune words. You never know. I mean, it's the same engine. It wouldn't be that hard to do at all. So you can see there, like, you know, Death Sentry is a massive part of this build. Especially for, you know, cold immunes. But you do so much other types of damage that cold immunes aren't really a problem at all, you know. It's not like you're not an orb soak, you know. The orb just makes it just gives you a bit extra, plus it adds a bit of safety as well, you know. So I don't use Decrepify on my Merc. Ah, there we go. He just leveled, didn't he? So has he got 200 strength now? I think he has, hasn't he? 198? Oh. It goes up, doesn't it go up gradually, like over the course of the Merc's level, his strength? I think it does, doesn't it? Yeah, it does, yeah. You know, kicks, they're not the most damaging of attacks. Their power lies in... Yeah, no, it's fine. I understood what you meant. Yeah, so kicks don't do huge damage themselves, but they're so fast, and they can activate, you know, elemental... I mean, you could see the orbs are just going everywhere, and there's no cast times, they're just instant, you know. But yeah, so might helps. It adds a little bit of extra damage, yeah. But you can see they're not massively damaging in themselves. yeah, it is a fun build. And of course, you know, you've got all your backup skills like Mind Blast and your traps. I mean, it is, you know, it is quite a well-known build, Rift Sin, but I don't tend to. What's going on there? Is he trapped? Is he stuck? I don't tend to build. My intention wasn't to build around Rift. It was more. The Rift was just the best weapon available to me at the time, but the more I used it, the more I thought I wanted to like try and get the most out of it, you know. Ah, damn. Okay. Sorry to interrupt the gameplay there. I forgot it was a trade room, to be honest. Right, I'll create a new one. There isn't a trade room, so you get a look at the gameplay. Yeah, that's the whole reason I play on Battle.net is for trading. It's not for the multiplayer. It's just so, you know, some things are quite hard to find. I mean, even, you know, people take runes for granted. I think I found like one this ladder. I don't find them a lot. And you need them, so how are you going to get them? You have to trade for them, you know. Or I guess, you know, you could cube them. I cube them a lot. But you still got, you know, pull runes. I don't find many pull runes, you know. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah, I find them from Mal runes tend to drop for me out of like random chests, and gull runes, Mals and gulls. I tend to find out of chests, but yeah. Do you mean? Right. Yeah, I find I never have any luck with Lower Karast, ever. Yeah, I just don't have any luck with it. You got to do it over and over. It's like quantity, isn't it? You have to do it lots. And once I'm a certain level, I can't be bothered. You know. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, single player obviously is... If you can make the same map every time, then you can find the one that's got 3 chests and just run it over and over, can't you? But, you know, I don't play single player. Who was I talking to the other week that they didn't know it could have 3 chests? Was it you, Shays? I mean, see, that must have been about 4 orbs at the same time then. So I've got another cold facet as well, but which I'm waiting to go in my shield. But I need a bit more resistance first. Because my resistances would be a bit low. So I got an rune in there. So if I took off 22 res, you know, I can't really do it at the moment, but I will do it. Yeah. I wish. I'm thinking maybe I'll go back to gambling rings, and if I get something good, I'll sell the SOJ, make a new CTA, and do it that way. Decrepify is your worst enemy in this place, and they love to cast it. So yeah, there's tons of things you can do. Yeah, it would. I mean, Infinity is pretty much good. It's good for any build, really, isn't it? But yeah, your mixture of traps and elemental damage and cold damage, Infinity would be incredible. But I don't have the runes. But Insight is also incredible for this build, because it just means you can telly around, cast traps, mind blast. It just, you know, you can just be really quick with Insight. And it means you don't need mana leech anywhere, which is actually, there's only a couple of places you can get mana leech if you're using Rift. So your gloves and a ring, really. I feel Dracs are too useful for this build to pass up, and I have tried. So that leaves you with your ring. But if you use Insight, you can get an extra skill point, you know, or whatever, absorb, magic find, whatever. So, you know, for me, Infinity is for builds that have to kill immunes, but there is nothing immune to this build. So depends, you know, players 8, yeah, you probably want it, you know. Solo play, it's not really needed, you know. I'll sell it. But yeah, there's lots of, you know, I would say, so for instance, Shays is going to use Stormlash on his build with Infinity, so that's going to be an awesome build. But he could also use a Crescent Moon, which is really cheap. It's basically just an rune, and it'd be an amazing weapon if you're using Infinity, because the static would pretty much have the same range as your Conviction. And I think it casts Chain Lightning as well. So if you combine that with like a Wisp for your second ring, you'd have another really amazingly colourful, fun build, you know? Yeah, exactly. I've got a Wisp in the stash. It's great. Again, it adds a lot of, because you kick so fast. Something as simple as a Wisp projector actually adds a decent amount of damage, and you know, it would add a lot more with Infinity, you know. Yeah. Fun ring. Absolutely. Anything with like chance to cast stuff, you know. You'd have tornadoes and twisters flying everywhere, you know. I've used a carrion wind on a kicker in the past, and it was when I was using a Stormlash, which also casts twisters or tornadoes, I think. And yeah, it was awesome because they stun those little twisters, and they're, you know, you'll see a lot of them.
I can't carry anymore.
Good to see you.
But yeah, as Shay said earlier, the great thing about this build is, yeah, again, I mean, anything can work, really. I mean, the amount of like lightning damage you would be doing from dreams would be awesome. But there's a couple of things you have to bear in mind. Assassins are quite fragile, so you have to take care with your resists. I think dreams add resists though, don't they? And obviously you do want some crushing blow for, you know, enemies that might be immune to whatever element you're kind of stacked with. But so far I'm finding 25% is enough. These have been really good. But with these you have to, you need bursts of speed. And Enigma, because you do need run walk. But yeah, dream would work. The great thing about assassins, and this build in particular, is because you're not having to chuck everything in all your trap synergies, because you only really need Death Sentry, right? Your martial arts tree is pretty much just that, and you don't need to max that. You only need like 5 kicks, 4 or 5 kicks. Shadows are to your taste. So what happens is you end up with like tons of points left over. So what that means is you can fix your attack speed by putting skill points in rather than using gear. So you can pretty much use anything. I mean, a lacerator could be good for the amp damage, because amp damage is amazing. It's just you have to be careful. I'd say if you're using Drax, then you don't want to use like amp or decrepify, so no Reapers on the Merc, no Atmos Scarab. If you're not using Drax, then knock yourself out, you know. Go use whatever. And there, you know, stuff like chance to cast. I mean, level 16 lightning is not insignificant, you know. It's quite a lot, and you're casting it all the time. So Wisp is a great option. But yeah, Carrion Wind. Hasn't Carrion Wind got a leech on it? I think it's got a life leech. But yeah, armors. Again, you could use Lionheart. You could use Treachery. They're both cheap. You could use Smoke. You know, if I found a Tyrael's Might, I would consider using it and just going back to using Dragonflight, and then chucking a cold facet in the Tyraels. You know, there's all sorts of things you can do. Because while Dragonflight isn't quite as good as Teleport, it's still better than most classes get without Enigma. So. It does go through walls and stuff. You just need an enemy to teleport to. That's all, you know. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But what I would say is, if you're not going to use CTA, use 2 shadow claws instead on switch, and just use Dragonflight instead of teleport, because you can. They're very easy to shop from Anya, and you can get like 6 extra skills to pre-buff. You know, your Shadow Master, your Venom. What else? Burst of Speed. You know. So I'm getting 3 from the CTA. If I was using Shadow Claws, like that'd be on like 19. You know. It's better, you know, and you need to you need to cast these things during gameplay. So I'd rather do that than have teleport. But then again, doesn't the one teleport staff has skills on it, doesn't it? So, you know. Or does it? I can't remember. I mean, there's no denying the usefulness of Enigma, because there's just not one bad thing on it for this build. Everything on it is useful. Whereas like Chains of Honor, you're getting wasted mods, you're getting damage to demons doesn't work on kicks, so it's kind of wasted, you know. Unless you use Blade Fury. It works with Blade Fury. Yeah, so I think it comes with drawbacks. Your resistances, once you go Enigma, your resistances suck. So you have to like pretty much just have resistance charms. But really, it is kind of the best. That or something like Ethereals, or you know, I suppose you could use a Viper, use Dragonflight. Yeah, I mean, when I was leveling, I used a Whiz Spike, which is another good kicker weapon. It doesn't really do anything for your kicks, but you get a ton of mana, so you don't really need leech, and you get, you know, massive resistance, and you get good cast rate for your Mind Blast, you know. So it's like loads of things you know, it's just anything you can think of a kicker can use, really. Did I open that? I didn't. So yeah, I mean, Chaos Sanctuary is kind of... It's actually one of the worst places for a kicker because of decrepify and amp damage constantly. And you can see it didn't really... You know, I paused here and there, but you can still do it quite quickly. The only other place really is Bale, but he's hard for a lot of builds. But with enough Crushing Blow, you'll get him down quite quickly. It's just that last little bit of life getting that off him. But pumping Venom a bit and using Elite Boots, you know, will do the job. It depends how much you run him. If you run him a lot, you might want to, you know, think about focusing more on Crushing Blow and Static.
Hello.
That's a great thing. You build the core and then you pick up a weapon. You think, oh, that'll be good. You just try it out, you know.
Hail to you, champion.
Oh, did I do Travi? I don't think I did, did I? Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty much the reason that I made my first assassin. And then once I discovered how versatile kickers were, I kind of I just make them all the time now, because
Stay a while and listen. Yes?
they could be made so cheaply and then just gradually built up to be powerful. You know, it's like a more efficient. But yeah, you can just make them so cheaply and they can just go anywhere. As long as their defenses are good. They've got all the tools to handle everywhere, really. You know. And you can kind of make them your own, you know. You don't have to like pump synergies and, you know. I mean, if you would build one to do the Ubers, you wouldn't even need traps. You just like max Venom or something like that, you know. Did I pick up something with teleport on it? Did I? Is that what's going on here? Yeah. Fucking, they can fix that bug in Resurrected. I tell you, it's so annoying. Yeah, exactly. One thing I would say though, you know, if you do take Death Sentry with the synergy, is don't forget to use it. Once you get Rift, you can forget, but it adds a lot of damage and things. It speeds things up immensely. So don't forget to use your traps. I forget all the time. Really, the best policy is lay them first, and then, you know, go in and kick. Yeah, I mean, Meph goes down pretty quickly. I mean, Rift's probably not the best weapon versus Meph because he's got high cold immune. So yeah, use your traps and but your crushing blow will do the rest. You'll see, he's not that difficult. If I can ever find him. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Corpse Explosion, Death Sentry takes care of nil effect. You don't even have to go in the room. Just stand at a corner, plonk down a few Death Sentries and absolutely, yeah. But don't forget, a girl is only like an ist and a mal anyway. So you can get one quite easily eventually. I mean, for the runes in this weapon is pretty overpowered. For the price of a gull, what you get from it is pretty obscene. And then after that, you can just take it wherever you want. That adds a lot of damage. And you can, you know, chuck facets elsewhere. But it really isn't necessary to do that. The weapon is just great on its own anyway. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could use, if you wanted to use a cham rune somewhere, you could, but there's not really much point. The good thing about Raven is, even though your orb is on attack, you do still need attack rating for your physical stuff, because obviously that magic damage and the fire damage won't apply unless you hit. So you still need attack rating, and you know, the Raven helps with that as well. Plus there's a bit of mana. Helps with your block, because I always go block. It's just, you know, it's a great ring. You know, I don't use mana. I don't need mana leech because I'm using insight and stone and Arax. But yeah, mana leech. If you're using Rift, then you're gonna have to get it from your gloves or a ring, basically. Maybe an amulet if you go with something crafted. You could do something crafted. But I highly recommend just putting insight on the merc so you can just enjoy yourself without having to worry about mana, you know. But if you make it single player and go on players 8, then perhaps you'll need the infinity. But as I say, for my money, yeah, exactly, yeah. No, not necessarily. I mean, even in your 80s, yeah, you need speed, but you can use burst of speed to balance that out. Just put points in that. But I mean, look how much attack rating I've got, and that's just from plus skills. So plus skills will actually give you more. So like, I'll show you now. Right, so this Atmos has got 20% to attack rating on it, right? So that's my Dragon Talon attack rate is 14332. So I take off 2 skills but add 20% attack rating. My attack rating goes down. So skills, your Dragon Talon adds tons of attack rating. So if you just pump it, you know, you'll have good attack rating even in your 70s and your 80s. You'll be able to hit stuff. So, yeah, don't worry about attack rating, really. Anything you can add that will add to it, you know, like a raven, you know, is... Yeah. But that's the beauty of Dragon Talon, is it adds attack rating for every level. So does Dragonflight, in fact. So there you go, it's adding like 1070%. Which is, you know, if I take off the Maras, it's adding 1000%. So you're getting 70% more with 2 skills, which obviously is more than 20% from the amulet. Yeah. So that's tons. You know, even at 5 kicks, you're still getting like 1000% attack rating. So don't worry about attack rating. Plus, you know, with Rift, it's not so important anyway because the orb is on attack. You don't actually have to hit. So, you know, but obviously you need a decent amount for all the other sources for your crushing blow. Because don't forget, Baal has high defense, and he has like 50% block. So when you do hit, you have to make it matter, which is why. I mean, they add a lot, yeah. Plus, it slows them down as well. See, which really helps. I mean, Orb is powerful. If you look, it's like you've played a sorceress, you've played an Orb sorceress. The listed damage for Orb on your character screen is per shard, isn't it? The shards are split off. That's the damage that's listed. And this casts level 21 Frozen Orb, and then you can enhance it with, you know, you can get some minus res. It can be good if you build around it, but I'm not quite there yet. For me, it's just extra. It's like a nice little addition on top, you know. Oh, yeah, again, don't worry about that. There's still plenty of corpses. Not everything gets shattered. I mean, you saw on the River of Flame how effective Death Sentry still was. Oh no, you do need it. It helps a lot. It makes you really fast. And what I would say as well, because you may not know, if you haven't played Assassin before, for every 3 hard points in Fire Blast, your Death Sentry will fire another time, so it'll fire the lightning attack as well. So I always put Fire Blast up to 18 hard points, which means I get 6 more shots on my Death Sentry. That's six more corpse explosions, 6 more lightning, etc. Makes a huge difference. Because there's really no need to put anything in those 2, because I don't use Lightning Sentry on its own. Lightning Sentry for me is just a synergy for Death Sentry, and so is Fire Blast. So my layout is Teleport, Mind Blast, Death Sentry. That's it. And I have kicks on there as well for when I like Telestomp. But that's it. You know. But yeah, you need it. And why, you know, there's no reason like not to take it, because you'll have so many skill points left over. And then, you know, if you find an Azarath, I don't know what you mean. Because I've never played Frenzy. Basically, when you're kicking, you kind of stood there then, which is why I prefer 5 kicks Yeah, no, you can't. You can't kind of cancel them yourself. I think maybe if you like teleport, but they are interruptible apparently, so they can be interrupted by you blocking and stuff. That's okay. That's one of the main reasons I stream it, is so people can ask questions. It's fine. But you can see there, I mean, even, you know, cold immunes, they're not a problem because you're basically just you are a kicker with all the lightning stuff as well. So you do need Death Sentry. But yeah, physical immunes, not a problem. You don't need Decrepify, you don't need Amp, because the magic damage and the cold, you know, the orbs, make physical immunes not a problem. As I say, I mean, Rift, for me, for solo play without Decrepify or Amp, Rift or Azarath. Those are your two options, really, I think. Azarath is an incredible weapon. No. I think you misunderstood me. I'm just saying that between the magic damage and the orbs, you won't have any problems with physical immunes. I mean, see, they were cold immune, and they just, you know, I just flattened them, so basically you can do everywhere. It's not like you're, you know, it's not like you're gimping yourself by focusing on the cold. You just kind of add into yourself, you know. So yeah, I mean, she's not the fastest boss killer with this setup, but she's not slow either, and she can go anywhere, you know. As long as you take care of your defenses, you know, decent life pool, decent resists. I always go max block, but I know there's some people don't bother because blocking can interrupt your kick sequence. But I've never found that to be a problem. But, you know, if you could always use Spirit, teleport around like a madman, that works as well.
Yes?
What do you need?
Yeah, leveling should be it should be super easy, really. You just find yourself a couple of Bartuk's claws, Put a point in Dragon Talon, rest in traps, and that's your leveling right there. Traps, basically. You know, or 1 Bartok and a shield, whichever. You know. So you can see right there just how much Death Sentry kind of helps. Just lay a few and kick something and everything else just explodes, you know. It's very satisfying. Yeah, something else probably to point out is for a while I ran without the Shadow Master, and
I am overburdened.
it's, you know, it's just better. I would just, for safety until you've got all your gear, always take the Shadow Master, just because she does loads of cool things, and a couple of annoying things, but mainly cool. Yeah. So she'll Mind Blast for you, you know. And she'll do that even if you don't have points in Mind Blast. So she'll use loads of skills that you don't have points in. So she'll use all the, like all these elemental attacks from the martial arts tree. She'll use them. So she'll do cold damage, she'll do lightning damage, all sorts of stuff. She'll lay traps. She'll use Cloak of Shadows, and it's not bugged for her, seemingly. So yeah, I recommend Shadow Master as well. Even before you have lots of plus skills, I would just put the points in, because she's worth it, you know. And there's also the option of before you get your main boots, you can always craft boots as well. You know, pretty much every crafting, hit power, caster, blood, all the recipes have something for boots. So you know, it's a good option. I mean, you'll have so much strength. So I think normal Myrmidian Greaves, without the minus requirement that Shadow Dancers and Gores have, I think they're 203 strength to wear. But if you go like a Storm, you're going to have that anyway. So you could craft like safety Myrmidian Greaves, which is you just get shop Anya for Myrmidian Greaves, use an emerald, a Ort rune, and a jewel. You might get something good, you know. Same for mirrored boots. You just use the ruby recipe instead, which I did early on. I managed to craft a pair. They didn't have run walk on them, but they had life leech, they had life replenish, they had resists, they had a bunch of stuff on them. Really useful.
I can't carry anymore.
Is he even still here? Is he gone? Am I talking to myself? Like?
You have.
It is an honor to serve you.
What's bleach? Okay. Yeah, that's the other thing. I think they look good as well in lots of different armors. I mean, if you go with a circlet, they look good. They look good with phase blades. They look great with daggers because of the way they hold them. Actually, where's that? Let's find something cheap, yeah. So they kind of hold them like that, which looks great.
Not in town.
Yeah. It will be, you know, I think overall it's going to be a good thing, but they still need to fix some things, you know. There's a lot of things about this game that still need to be fixed. Yeah. And monsters dropping stuff in lava, and Cloak of Shadows being bugged, and all sorts of things. Not least of which the, you know, Claw Vipers, because they've in the past they've admitted that stuff that's invisible should not be damaging you, so they need to fix those claw vipers, you know. But it annoys me that yeah. But if they're charging for it, then they should fix everything. I mean, they've had, like, you know, they could have, all this stuff they could have fixed in this game. If they can fix it in Resurrected, then they could have fixed it in this. You know, so they're putting out a new game and charging you money for it, and they're going to fix everything in that. It's a bit wrong, really. They should fix it in this as well. But maybe they will. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, you know. I mean, I'll pay it just because it'll finally mean being able to play widescreen without having everything like squashed. Do you know what I mean? So finally, my mouse will feel like it does on my desktop instead of 400 DPI at 800 by 600, which is still way too fast. But it's as low as this particular mouse will go, you know. So I'll pay for it just for that. You know, and plus they're adding a bigger stash, which is shared between your characters. I'll pay for it for that. And they're adding a refresh button to the gambling screen. Just those three things I'll pay for it for, you know. Yep. No more losing stuff through muling, you know, just because you got disconnected. It's going to be great. But yeah, really, they should do the right thing and fix everything if they're charging money for it, you know.
Impossible.
Pick that up. Yes, I'll have that. I'll cube that so and try and get 4 sockets, and then maybe make another rift. If I could get a perfect one with 10 stats, 20 dex in an ethereal scepter, that'd be rather nice. Because you're not hitting with it. It doesn't lose durability. Well, actually, a couple of caveats to that. If you don't use insight and you run out of mana, you might end up whacking with your weapon. But also, blade shield does affect the durability of your weapon when it hits. Your kicks don't, but blade shield does. So that's something to bear in mind if you plan on using an ethereal weapon. Yeah. Yeah. There's been no souls yet, which means they're probably just down there waiting for me. No? Okay, fair enough. Good, good.
Stay a while and listen.
What do you need?
I got space for this. Yeah.
How may I be of help?
Yeah, there they are. is why I hate Bale. It's the decrepify. See, look how slow I'm casting my traps there. That's because of the decrepify, that is. See? So you spend half your time in the throne room, not at your full potential. It is on melee for sure. It's very annoying, which is why I'm not a big fan of doing Bale runs. He's quite hard to kill as a kicker as well. Where's that sacred torch? Oh, there it is. This are the pack that these are the ones that always give me trouble. Yeah, so the only problem with my setup is because there's no, because I don't use Reapers on the Merc. Bal he tends to teleport around a lot, you know. Yeah, so I recommend if you run Bale a lot, maybe keep a Gill Arms in your stash just for killing Bale, and maybe switch to Reapers on your mercenary. You'll get him down a bit quicker then, and maybe use Myrmidian Greaves instead of Mirrored Boots. But other than that, he's not too bad, really.
Impossible.
Given it, your capabilities everywhere else, Did that have res on it? No, it didn't. Okay.
Good evening.
See, they're not too bad at all. You could, you know, if you didn't have anything else, you could use those on a kicker easy. Good kick damage and resistances. Yeah. But I don't have crushing blow anywhere else, and you do need it. So. Yeah, exactly.
Evening.
But I mean, you could probably craft something better. Ruby, an Eth rune, and a jewel, and a pair of mirrored boots, magic mirrored boots. You could craft quite good things, you know. Why isn't... Oh, I was pressing the wrong key. Yeah, I mean, it's what keeps it interesting, really. And I think when you've exhausted kind of... When you finally get around to playing an assassin, most people, their first assassin will be a trapper. But then that can get quite boring. And so then you'll start reading about kickers because they can do Uber Tristram, so you'll try one. And then you'll just discover this whole... You know, it's like a Swiss Army knife. You can do everything. And there's loads of different ways to do it, you know. Yeah. Having said that, I suspect my first character in Resurrected will probably be a sorceress, just because Resurrected's going to be very competitive, isn't it? You're going to need to, you know, the people who get the better things first are going to be, you know, have an advantage. And a sorceress will help you do that, you know.
Stay a while and listen.
At your service.
I better keep that. Oh no, neither am I. But you know. Good. Oh, trappers are amazing, yeah. I mean, even without Infinity, they're really good. You just use Fire Blast. Yeah, I mean, there's ways of doing it. You don't necessarily have to use claws. So you could go with like a Heart of the Oak and a Spirit, which would require some strength. So then you could use like heavier boots and just put 1 point in kicks, and you can still, you know, you've still got something for lightning and fire immunes, you know, even without Infinity. So there's lots of ways to do it, and a Heart of the Oak has got Mana Leech on it, so you'd be sorted for that as well for your kicks, you know. So you could go Heart of the Oak, Spirit, which would give you loads of mana, you know, for your traps. Stick Reapers on your Merc, and get some decent kick boots, and you could pretty much do everywhere, but just stick everything in traps except, you know, for your kick. It's quite a good way to build it, really. And if you think about it, Heart of the Oak doesn't cost that much money. It's basically just another gull rune, isn't it? Okay. Cool. But don't forget, you know, you still need these two. Really. They are necessary. Yeah, well, not even that. I mean, if it's ladder, it should be the same prices. So even if you don't get one from the forge, you know, it's just an ist rune and a mal rune. You know, you see games all the time with people offering a gull for ist mal, and then you're done, then, aren't you? You know. Did that, and I did that. Did that. Did that. Did I do Andy? No, I didn't. I haven't done the pits either, oh, I need. Actually, I think I need a mule. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. It's such a great weapon. I mean, even a bad roll is still good. Because you still get, I think it goes like 5 to... I'm not sure. Actually, you might have to look it up. I can't remember whether it goes between 1 and 10 or between 5 and 10 with the stats. But everything else is flat. It doesn't vary anywhere else. It's only the stats, you know. And once you know you're going to build around it, once I decided to build around it, I just respect and I built all those things in. So I built in the strength and the dex, you know. So it's, I mean, it's really, for a gull rune, it's incredible. You know. But then so is Crescent Moon for an rune. Crescent Moon is incredible as well. And definitely a weapon to consider when you're, you know, making your assassin. Oh, it's massively helpful. When I wasn't using insight on my merc, I could literally, even with if one of the council was mana burn in the Travin Cell, that 38 damage to mana plus the 15 on Enigma, my mana never dropped because of all the hydras, you know. It's awesome, you know. I mean, you really don't need insight at all. It's just really good because then you just forget about it, and mana burn doesn't affect you, you know. So I can just teleport around and not have to worry about anything. Plus, I think that your mercenary should bring something to the table other than killing things. So if you haven't got infinity, then really it should be insight, shouldn't it? You should have an aura of some sort, you know what I mean? So, you know. I think I'm not gonna bother with that. I'm gonna follow my own advice about
Hello.
ethereal weapons. So now I can run Andy without muling. And she's even, you know, she makes a really good pit runner as well. Well, I mean, there'd be less requirements. It already gives you minus requirements. Ethereal would be less. So you know, if you built in the stat points, that might make a difference. Not much really. There wouldn't be anything else unless you used, yeah, style. Unless you used Blade Fury. And I think the Blade Fury, I don't think it uses the durability on your weapon, so you should be okay there. But you might have to double check that, because if it does, then forget about it. But yeah, as I said earlier, Blade Shield reduces the durability on your weapon, So if you use blade shield, then don't use an ethereal weapon. But yeah, but kicks don't. Kicks is all. It's all about your boots, basically. That's one of the annoying things about Shadow Master. Is sometimes she'll mind blast things you're about to kick. But overall, she's great, you know. You don't have to take her. I recommend it though, just because she's helpful on some of the harder mobs, you know. She's useful when there's souls, and she's useful on Ventar. Yeah, very tanky, yeah. It's like having a second mercenary, you know, with loads of good mods on the weapon. Ton of elemental damage, you know. The other thing to mention about her is she'll drop traps as well, and you can only have like 5 traps out at a time, and hers count towards that. That's when, you know, it doesn't affect me because I only use Death Sentry, and I only put a couple of them down, so she never overrides my traps. But if you're like a kind of trap-centric build, you know, she'll drop like a weak charge bolt sentry, and it'll overwrite one of your traps. You know. But it's not a massive problem. Not for me, anyway. Yeah. You don't really need them as a trapper. It's more important to have max out your traps, you know. Another aspect of this build I like is it's even more you have to think about your position even more than normal, because obviously your orbs fly in a straight line, so you have to approach packs and think, right, I'll kick them from there so my orb flies through them like that, you know. So it keeps you thinking. It's a good build. And that was quite slow for an Andy kill. She usually goes down pretty quickly with this build. Last night I tried I put on Atma's Scarab instead of the Mara's, and the amp damage activated when I started kicking Andy, and she just disappeared. Just flattened her. So, you know, if you think you can get away with not using Drax, Atma's Scarab is a great amulet for this build, because it's another weapon against physical immunes as well, you know.
Good day.
Hello.
It is. It does help, especially at the kind of middle. You know, when you're trying to get through your 80s and you're trying to fight in hell. Life Tap will kind of save you, especially the third seal in Chaos Sanctuary and Bale's minions. It'll save you and your Merc, because don't forget your Merc benefits from it as well. I mean, mine doesn't have any leech, and he's managing fine just from my Life Tap, you know. I mean, it activates quite a lot with kick. I mean, it's 5%, but you know, you've got to be really unlucky for it not to activate when you need it, you know. The only thing about the pits is quite a lot of cold immunes, so you don't get so much benefit from Rift, but you know, it does illustrate quite well how, you know, you're still basically just you know, the normal kicker mechanics are still in place and they work just fine, you know. Yeah, but I cleared everywhere else. Maybe I'll do the crypt or something. Crypt is a good place because there's no cold immunes. Just like ancient tunnels, you know. Yeah, I mean, I do the pits because most of the most of my bugged ethereal armors, I found them in the pits. Yeah, you don't find as many bugged ethereal armors there though. Plus, at this point now, even Chaos is gonna, really I should just be running Chaos and Bale over and over, but, it gets a bit boring. Yeah, cows. I mean, I would say a pure trapper is better for cows. But yeah, I mean, what builds have you done cows with before? Have you ever seen what Corpse Explosion does in cows? So, yeah, well there you go then. So yeah, as long as you've got Death Sentry, yeah, cows. Obviously, don't take your merc in there. Just run around, herd the cows, kick one, drop a Death Sentry, and just watch the whole screen just go flatten, So yeah, cows is very doable. Unfortunately, I killed the king on this character, so. Yeah, I mean, I kind of did it on purpose, but yeah, I wish I hadn't.
Good evening.
Yes?
And once you play an assassin, with a couple of points in burst of speed, most other characters will feel very slow. I mean, I haven't even got any run walk on these boots. When I was using Gores with 30 more run walk on them, it was ridiculous. But you're so fast. I think there are diminishing returns, obviously. So yeah, you can see there. Even if I would need to add more than 1 point to get more run walk, but the attack speed goes up by 1 every time, I think. Oh no, it doesn't, does it? Did Battle Command just wore off? I think that's what it was. But yeah, I need for Rift without any IAS on gear. I need 21 burst of speed for the max kick frames and max trap lane speed. Yeah, from gear, from burst of speed, I don't know. I just know that I always feel fast with an assassin. Yeah, well, just use the online calculator I did, and it worked out that without any attack speed gear, I needed level 21 burst of speed for max trap lane speed and max kicks. But I mean, I got so many plus skills, it only meant putting like 4 points in, and then the other point I get from battle command. Same with Shadow Master. Level 17 is where she gets rare gear. So basically I just only had to put 2 points in. And then I cast her on the battle command switch, you know. They're pretty much all 1 point wonders, unless you need to build around something, you know. But you've got enough spare points to do it. You know. I had a couple of extra points left over even after finishing, you know, so I just put them in Blade Shield to extend the duration. So even in your 80s, you'll have a complete build. You don't have to make many compromises at all. It's just later on you can add other things, you know.
I can't carry anymore.
I just found that, did I? I don't really need that. Yeah. No.
May I help you?
So at the moment I'm going through... I was gambling amulets, but I think I'll go back to gambling rings. That's my gambling bow right there. I've got enough space to gamble, have I? 2. That. Yeah, good. So I put a bow on for gambling as well, because my Geeds is a bit shit. But the bow adds an extra 15% off. I don't know if you know about this bow. I think it might maybe ladder only, perhaps. I don't know. But if you look at the bottom, very bottom line, reduces all the vendor prices, and that stacks with the vendor on Geeds. So with this, I get 26% off. Okay, good. Some people don't. Some people don't know about it, you know, who've been playing like years. Yeah. I wish it was self-found, so I can't complain, you know. But it makes rings very cheap. I think I'm gonna gamble rings today. Because if I get something nice with resistances on, I can put the facet in my shield then. Now I can go back to gambling amulets. I know. I know. It's such a pain. But it's really irritating because if they can add it to... It's the same engine with just a graphical facelift, right? So if they can add it to Resurrected, they can add it to this. So next patch, they should... If they don't add it to this, then... I don't know what to say. That would just tell me that they're just all about money. You know. Yeah, right there. Yeah. I mean, it makes no sense, does it? They could have added it to this game years ago. But instead they're just going to charge money and add it to a new game, you know. What do you mean? What do you mean about the curse skillers and the passive skillers? Oh right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're not that useless, really. I mean, if you play like solo, and you're playing an Amazon, you're playing like a Boa or a Javazon, and you find a passive skiller, it's usable for a while. Because don't forget, Deadly Strike is a passive, and Pierce is a passive, so you know, passive skiller can help out for a while if you find them. You know, I would never buy one, but if you find one, it's usable. Curses, you know, I know they're a bit useless. But yeah, martial arts skillers, they're a bit pointless really as well. For assassins, really, the only ones that are worthwhile are shadow skillers and trap skillers. I don't think anyone really uses martial arts skillers. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it'll add to your damage. I mean, you know, one of your main sources of damage is Death Sentry. So, yeah. By all means, use trap skillers. Yeah, I mean, there's no point, with this build, there's no point using shadow skillers at all. Because you've got so many spare points that you can do whatever you like with your shadow skills. Shadow skillers are more kind of for PvP. Where you need to max venom and mind blast. You know, they're not really needed in PvM. But yeah, trap skillers. If I found a trap skiller, I'd use it. Yeah, for sure. Extra damage on. Once you get past a certain point, traps are like you know, sorceress skills or lightning skills on a Javazon. They get a massive boost for every skill point after a certain point, you know? So yeah, use a trap skiller for sure. Yeah, it would increase your radius as well. Yeah, it'd be good. But don't sacrifice resistances, because they're more important than ever on this build. And if you're using Rift, you can't really use Fade, because you need the attack speed. If you use Fade, you're going to have to get a lot of attack speed on your gear. So like use Treachery or something like that. But then, I don't know if Treachery would override your Fade. I mean, Fade's great because you get damage reduction as well. Which you might not know if you haven't played an Assassin. But this is why people use a Treachery to pre-buff Fade. because it's not just resistances. Every point in fade adds 1% damage reduction. So, you know, like you would go on a storm shield. It doesn't say it there, but it does do that. So it's good, but unfortunately, Rift is quite a War Scepter is quite a slow weapon. So you want burst of speed. Yeah, that's right. Which is 15% damage reduction. So that plus a storm shield is your 50% right there. So yeah, I mean you could just go with treachery and rely on the fade from treachery if you wanted. But you would need, I'd have to look at the calculator. I don't think 45 IAS oh, what, to proc fade? Oh right, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's the other problem with a fade build, is you lose the run walk from burst of speed as well. You know, I'd rather just use it. I mean, my charms are crap. They're just all resistances. You know, I got a couple of 5-all res. A few 11 res. But yeah, it's all resistances. Purely so I can wear. So I can use burst of speed. Put facets in. And use Enigma. But I still need more. So I can take the out of the shield. And I've got another facet that I want to put in. Yeah. So yeah, many ways to build. I recommend arachnids. Again, every mod on it is good, apart from the charges. The slow does apply to your kicks, which is why Flesh Ripper is so good. And the castrate is useful for Mind Blast. Exactly, yeah. And 20% is actually enough for PVM. If you want a bit more, you could use a 10 faster castrate ring. And I'll get you the next breakpoint. Or, you know, you could use Spirit instead. Exactly, yeah. And damage. And trap damage. And stun length on Mind Blast, and Venom, and Burst of Speed, and everything. It's just great. I mean, getting a skill on a belt changes everything, really. If you can't get one of those, then Thunder Gods is your best bet, really. Or Immortal King IK belt. That's good as well for the resistances and the strength. But end game, especially if you're using Enigma, yeah. Because don't forget, all skills apply to your teleport as well, which lowers the mana cost. So it's quite important. I mean, I found that, otherwise I wouldn't be using it. You know, I can't afford Stones of Jordan. So it was a lucky find. But yeah, so my teleports is only costing me, actually costing me less than my traps. Like, But yeah, it's very I mean, this is almost done now. I found, I think I found 2 or 3 over the years that I've played this game. I've never, you know, purposely set out to find. I haven't run Andariel over and over to find them. I found them in weird places. I found one in the Durance, running Mephisto. This one I found on the River of Flame. Not even in the Chaos, just on the River of Flame. So yeah, they're quite rare. And I was going to sell it, you know, work my way to infinity. But the more I kept it on and the more I used it, you know, it's just skills are just nice. Plus skills are just so nice. You know, you really feel the difference. And because I'm using the storm and not a spirit, it kind of matters, you know. But yeah, I need an ILS next, is what I need. Yeah. Yeah, my precious, yeah. It is my, because I found it, and because it matches my my raven, it is precious. It's my precious. Yeah. I was using that for a while as well. That's really useful when there's souls around, but the extra damage is good as well. And the magic find. But now I haven't taken that off in ages, so I'll probably just sell that. Alright, let's mule some of this stuff. See, I could get a jar for it right now, look. Right. And he's only off, he wants a sir. Why doesn't he just go in the other room? Oh, it's the wrong, thinking of the wrong fucking bow. Something like that, I guess. I think, yeah, I would say closer to Mal or Mal, yeah. Yeah, I don't think they're not. I think they're around a pull or something like that, aren't they, for one D key. So probably closer to a Mal for 3, I guess. I don't know. I don't really sell keys that much. I don't really run Nilithek that much. And when I do, you know, if keys do drop for me from the Countess, or you know, from like Summoner or wherever, I tend to just sell them cheap. I don't save them up. I say if I need like crafting runes or I need a lem or something, you know, I just sell them for that, really. it's funny because we're at the end of the ladder. This is when Stones of Jordan they come into their true value, you know. So people will pay for them now because runes kind of aren't worth quite so much, you know. Anyway. Go. Yeah. So I've got a couple more 4-socket war scepters. Every time I find them, I cube them, see if I can get 4 sockets. Because the plan was to maybe try and roll a perfect one with perfect stats. But really, I should say start now. The mission should be save everything I get towards getting an Annie, because declone just hasn't worked for me once, unfortunately. Right, I didn't play from the start of the ladder, I started late. Yeah, declone is he's not that hard. He's pretty easy. With this build wouldn't have any problem. I may have to steal my merc's Gilhounds because crushing blow is important with declone. But yeah, he wouldn't be a problem, especially once life tap kicked in. Might take a couple of minutes, but yeah, it wouldn't be difficult. You just stand there with your finger on the button, you know. Smite as well is good for declone. But I tell you, the fastest declone killer is actually a Javazon. As long as you've got minus res from something like Griffins or Thunderstrokes, yeah, he just gets flattened by you know, charged bolt or whatever it's called on a Javazon. I can't even remember what it's called. Something, is it lightning strike? Charge strike. That's it. Is it charge strike? Anyway, yeah, you just flatten declone. Declone's not hard. Yeah. But that's another reason I often make an assassin instead of, you know, a kicker instead of something else, because they can do everywhere. And also, I know if declone appears, I can kill him quite easily with a kicker as well. And you know, a few gear changes, I could do the Ubers as well if I could be bothered. I have done it in the past with a kicker. It's just, you know, getting all the keys and everything. I just can't be bothered, you know. And assassin torches are so, you know, so cheap anyway. You don't even need it for yourself. You know, some people, that's how they make money, isn't it? By running torches. It's just boring to me. I'd rather play the game. Do area clear, you know. That's what I like to do. I like to fly around, killing everything. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and you can, you can really make it your own as well, even just down to like the different armor choices. Like if you make, if you use a Dusk Shroud instead of a Archon Plate, she looks very different then. Much more kind of female, if you know what I mean. Showing her legs off and stuff. So you can have a lot of fun with the assassins. Yeah. Oh, really? I don't want to look because I don't want to spoil it, So I haven't really looked much. But oh yeah, no worries. I'll still be playing it. But yeah, I mean the art design in this works really well, just because of it was designed to look good at low resolutions. Once you try and give them a high resolution makeover, it's never going to be right. But hopefully it won't. Once you're wearing like a helmet and stuff, it won't matter so much. Yeah. I think you're still going to need mules, though. I mean, it's a shared stash, and you get more. You get more space in a shared stash, but you're still going to need other characters to store gear on. You're still going to need mules. Yeah. But, they changed, I don't know if you know, but they changed it so that these games, they perm immediately now. So you just create a game, and then you drop stuff, and you can just leave and join with the other. You don't have to wait anymore. You used to have to wait a few minutes, didn't you, for the game to perm? But you don't have to do that anymore. They changed it. So I suspect that change will carry across to Resurrected anyway. Yeah, it's a good change, isn't it? Took them long enough. Yeah. Yeah. I think they will. Because those temp bans, I hate them. It means you have to slow yourself down. But they're in place to counteract. Exactly. And because resurrected will be tied to the new Battle.net. I think it'll be easier to control. You know, you can just ban whole accounts, you know. I think it'll be a lot easier to control. Yeah, so do I. And no dupes, and no, you know, whatever. So yeah, once everything's tied to the new kind of Battle.net, it should be a bit better. And they should remove the temp. You should be able to play fast without having to worry then, you know. Hopefully. There's another gates, look. See the other side. There. Right, let's have a look at this gates. Fingers crossed it's better than the one I've already got. That and that.
Good day.
Good day.
I'll hang on to that, I think. Yeah, it's slightly better. That is slightly better. Better vendor, better magic finds, less gold. So 107, 35, 12. 125, yeah, okay, so let's go and it's not open today, is it? There we go.
Stay a while and listen.
Greetings.
It's just nice having that safety net that the room perms immediately. Because then you can just do stuff like that and you don't have to worry, you know. Bit more magic find. Nice, okay. Cover. This is an area I like to complete a lot as well. I'll just work my way down, back towards town, kill everything. Because you find a lot of good socketables here. I found some good paladin shields in this area over the years. Dusk shrouds and all sorts of stuff, you know. Plus it's fun. It's one of my favourite areas to do. And there is a boss halfway as well. Doc Farron, who has a high chance of dropping javelins, which means he has a high chance of dropping ethereal titans. Well, I say high, it's all relative, you know. Yeah, the problem for me with cows is they're not very high level. So they're good for bases. But once you go like magic find, you're better off looking elsewhere, because cows, you know, they can't drop very nice stuff otherwise. They're good for PvP. Because PvP you would use Enigma, wouldn't you? So it'd be hard, you know, you need to get your attack speed from your javelins. Yeah, I've never found any. But yeah, I think Bale is your best bet for those kind of things. He drops kind of maiden javelins and you know, matriarchal javelins quite a lot, doesn't he? Rare ones. I think that's where most people get their 640s from. I don't think this guy could drop them. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Sorry. I know. But the thing is, if you know what you're doing, and have the patience, then Stones of Jordan are going to be easier to find, because the monster in the game that's got the highest chance to drop a Stone of Jordan is Nightmare Andariel. So if you really want a Stone of Jordan, just spend a month just doing Nightmare Andariel non-stop and you'll probably get one, you know. She has a high chance to drop a unique ring, And she's the right level for Stone of Jordan. You'll get a lot of man owls and a lot of what's that magic find one? You'll get a lot of those, but you should get a Stone of Jordan as well.
I am overburdened.
I mean, when I tried that, I didn't get one, but I didn't run her for very long. I got bored, you know. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think it says something that people are still playing this like 20 years on, you know. Like, and quite a lot of people. But people wrongly attribute that to Blizzard. But it wasn't Blizzard, it was Blizzard North, which then became Runic, who made Torchlight 1 and Torchlight 2. And really, Torchlight 2 is Diablo 2 Resurrected. We've already had it, it's just no one played it, except me. It was a brilliant game. And definitely one you should check out. But yeah, so it is entirely possible that Blizzard could fuck up Diablo 2 Resurrected, because they didn't make Diablo 2 in the first place, really. And some of their patches in recent years have shown that they don't really understand the game, and they just kind of go, you know, pander to what people ask for, you know. If you beg enough, you know, if enough people beg for something on the forums, Blizzard they just do it, don't they? Yeah. And really, it's not even their past glory, you know. What Blizzard are good at is taking other people's ideas and just making them better. But without those other people, they wouldn't be anywhere. You know, I mean, Overwatch is what, Team Fortress 2. You know, Warcraft was RuneScape. You know, this game was made by a different company, Blizzard North. So Blizzard really what they're good at is just refining something until it's perfect, you know. Yeah. Might not necessarily be a bad thing though. I mean, for all we know, Diablo 2 Resurrected might have been Activision's idea and not Blizzard's, you know. Yeah. I mean, I opted in for the alpha, and I think I've opted in for the beta as well. But so far, no joy, you know. I mean, obviously, because if I'd be streaming it right now. Did that drop from... Oh no. It was there. Yeah. I mean, it's one of these games that's just going to go on and on and on forever, isn't it? People are always going to play it, I think. I mean, we're approaching the point now where, because gaming has been around for a while now, you can have people who are like, you know, old age pensioners playing the games that they used to play. Do you know what I mean? I agree, and it makes me a bit sad that you know, I don't want to labour the points too much, and I'll leave it at this. But Blizzard North, who made this, who became Runic Games, who made the Torchlight games, same guy did the music for those as well. They dissolved. They had to dissolve. They don't exist anymore because no one bought their games. But they made this, and that just, I find that a bit sad. Do you know what I mean? So I think you should probably, I think everybody should purchase like Torchlight or Torchlight 2 or Hob. They made a game called Hob, which is quite good as well. Did you try 2? Yeah, the problem with the first Torchlight, it was basically just the same dungeon over and over and over with different floors. But with Torchlight 2, they made areas. So it's like Diablo 2. They've got like a desert area, winter area. They've got like a spooky wooded area or like werewolves. It's awesome. Try Torchlight 2. It's a different game. And there's some good secret areas as well. Do a bit of Googling. And there's some like good, you know, like when you a bit like you know, when you collect keys and you make Uber Tristram. There's you can collect things and open this area that gives you like tons of loot. It's great. So yeah, for people that might have just joined, I'm using Rift with a Nightwings with a facet in it for a bit of extra damage, but I'm still basically just a kicker with, you know, some crushing blow. Some elemental damage, just a basic kicker build, but with Rift. So Death Sentry, Mind Blast I use, Shadow Master level 17, Burst of Speed at level 21 because War Scepters are slow. But yeah, it's basically just a kicker, except you know. You chuck a Nightwings on and enhance the cold damage from Rift. If you want me to go into more detail, just ask.
Yes?
Evening.
I usually, I drop a couple of death sentries right at the end, so any stragglers kind of just get popped, so I don't have to pick them off. Yeah, I think everyone does. I think mine was tower level 5 from a random unique carver, But I had one this ladder, it dropped in Chaos, and that was on stream, so you can find the clip of that on my page. Okay, cool. But this area I haven't really found. I find Nightmare. Yeah, that's the one. What's weird about this area? Well, the Frigid Highlands waypoint up there. You can find, even in Nightmare, you can find ists in that area. Yeah, density is important, yeah. Density and a shitload of luck. Where are you from, by the way? Are you in Europe? I'm assuming so, because you said your English wasn't very good, but that doesn't necessarily rule out Americans, does it? Ah, okay. So what's the time there now? Okay. Big, it seems to be a big gaming country, Russia. Like every game I play, there's always like tons of, like, so I play like shooters as well, and there, there's always like a ton of Russians. They like their games. Is it because it's cold there or something? Or am I just being silly? Yeah, I don't play MOBAs. Every time I've tried to watch one, it just confuses me, so Ah. I play Slay the Spire. I've been going through the achievements on Slay the Spire. I did that one where you couldn't have any artifacts. Oh yeah, I gotta be honest. I'm still, like playing Ascension 1 and 2. I'm not very good at it. I haven't played it a great deal, but I go through phases.
Stay a while and listen.
Have you tried?
Afternoon.
There's another game that's very like it. I played a load of it. It's in my Steam library. I've forgotten the name. I might have to check now. No, not Monster Train. Oh god, what's it called? There's like a ton of expansions for it now as well. It's very HP Lovecraft kind of influenced. Oh god, what is it? Here, I'll just check. I'll Google it because otherwise it's going to bug me. So it's basically another roguelite, and you have like different classes, and you build like a squad of, and it's the view is like side on. I'll find it now. Ah, is that it? Is this it? Yeah, Darkest Dungeon. That's what it is. Darkest Dungeon. Have you tried that? I think you'd love it, based on the games that you'd like. I love the systems in that, where you can start to lose your mind, and you have to go in there, and you have to go in the sanitarium to heal and all that stuff. I think it's great, that. Really good atmosphere. But I burnt out on it quite quickly though. And then of course there's FTL. You must have played FTL, yeah? Yeah, I might stream some of that one day actually. I'm a big FTL fan. I've played so much of it. I had it on Good Old Games, and then I bought it on Steam recently as well. So I've got it on like loads of different platforms. Oh, maybe I'll stream some FTL just for you, because I do love that guy. I think it's an amazing game. Yeah, likewise. Thanks for the keeping me company in the conversation. And good luck with your assassin in Resurrected. I always try to get them before they can decrepify me. But you know, the moment you go in to kick them, that's when they cast it. Yeah, although someone said that they may extend this ladder until the release of Resurrected.
Greetings.
I don't know how much truth there is in that. I think it was just gossip, you know.
Hail to you, champion.
But maybe something to consider. Am I going to keep that? Hello. How are you? Like the name, by the way. Just reminds me, I changed my name once in Siege to Boomer Simpson. My avatar was Homer Simpson, you know. So you must be, you're in Europe as well then? Is it not still quite early in the day for you there, though? Ah, okay. Honestly, it's such, America is so huge that you talk to two different people and they'd be like crazy. One person be like 8 hours behind, and another person will only be, you know, like 5 hours behind. It's mad, really. Um, 10 to 1. Top left there. Yeah, I've become a bit of a night owl because I've been off work like sick for a good few weeks or more, and so you know you start getting up late and then playing late, and you know you'll have to end at some point. Got to go back to work at some point, but yeah. Until then, I'll enjoy the night time. It certainly does, yeah. So, what class have you been playing all day? Nineteen levels. Or 19 items, or what? Ah, okay. And what would some of those? What would some of those be?
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
Yeah, Cow King's a bit of a bugger to get all the pieces, isn't he?
Death can save you from me.
Yeah, It sounds like a... I do like fire soaks.
Good to see you.
I've made them a few times in the past. I like that they can get really fast cast rates, you know, and just zip around. I never tried Phoenix on it though.
Greetings.
And I've never really, you know, I've always just played on Battle.net. I never really played single player. So the whole Grail thing, I've never really done that, you know. I just try and scrabble together what I can to kind of, you know, make it as decent enough character as I can. You know, without as legitimately as I can, you know. But with the benefit of being able to trade, because it is, yeah. And ladder, you know, ladder even more so. So also I might put on the Wisp actually. I might do it. I haven't worn it for a while. Mainly because I didn't have max lightning res for a while, but now I have again. Oh, that was stupid, wasn't it? Let's try this. Yeah, I mean, if I played hardcore, I probably, you know, I might not, because I have had some disasters in the past with hardcore and Battle.net.
Good evening.
But you know, there are benefits. Some things would take you a long time to find. It's basically accumulated luck playing online, isn't it? You benefit from other people's luck, and they benefit from yours. You might find something they need, and they find something you need, and that's that really. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't bother. I mainly play solo, you know. In the past, I have Souls are determined to interrupt me. Yeah, in the past I've, joined bot games, to level, to get to 93. Or actually, earlier than that, but this time round, Yeah, but it's weird with ladder because they're very transient. One ladder, you know, you'll meet people and you play together, and they'll be in your friends list, you know. Oh, well. But then you'll never ever see them again. So, you know, it's I don't really play it for that, to be honest. I got
Can't carry anymore.
other games that multiplayer games that I got, you know, I play for that kind of thing. So yeah, this time around, because I was streaming it, basically everything's been solo. So, you know, just getting to 92 has been a real slog. And I don't think I'll make it to 93, to be honest.
I am overburdened.
Which is where you want to be for crafting, you know. Yeah, it was lucky this wisp. I gambled that. You know, I was gambling a load of rings and that popped up and it's been quite useful. And then that was found on the River of Flame a week or so ago. Poison is this is my bugbear in this game. I can't stand the poison. It just eats away at you, and it's far too strong for the amount of resistance you have, you know. Like really, with, you know, it shouldn't eat away at me so quickly with 52 resistance. Physical immunes.
I am overburdened.
Hang on, what was that? Yeah. It'd be a bit overpowered though, wouldn't it? My life tap isn't really kicking in here. Should have had. I was just unlucky there with my life tap. Yeah, I mean, you know, with the damage reduction and you know,
I can't carry
that'd be
anymore.
so overpowered. It'd be ridiculous, wouldn't it? If you could have both at the same time. Because you could have, I mean, you could have max resistances, an extra like 20 damage reduction, and run walk, and attack speed. It'd just be insane.
I can't carry anymore.
Good day.
I think it's good to have to make a
What do you
choice
need?
anyway. I can put this wisp back now. And I need burst of speed because otherwise I'd have to use Cat's Eye or Blood Fists or something, or Nosferatu's Coil, because Rift is quite a slow weapon. But the way I get round not having to do those things is by having level 21 burst of speed with, you know, with battle command. And that means I get the trap speed and the kick speed without having to wear attack speed gear. I don't really need to kick down here, I can just use my traps, there's nothing lightning immune. But where's the fun in that, eh? What's that? Is that lightning one? Yeah. Well, it's interesting that you ask that. Because I was using gauze. But I switched to... That was when I was using Gilhelms. But then I decided to give Nightwings a try, and found that I was happy with it. I was happy with the plus skills for my teleport and traps and everything. And so You know, I paid for a 15 cold one and stuck a perfect facet in it. But then, of course, I lost Crushing Blow. And Gores only had 15%. So I went with those instead. And what I like about those is there's no useless mods on them. Whereas Gores have got that deadly strike that doesn't apply to your kicks. It always bugs me a bit, that. So they haven't got any run walk, but I use burst of speed and Enigma with 45%. And 25% makes a difference over 15. Quite a big difference, actually. You'd be surprised. So that's my only source of Crushing Blow. That's why I use those. So yeah, I recommend those. And if you don't need Drax, you can craft gloves, the blood gloves, that can have attack speed and 10% Crushing Blow on them. So you could do that and get 35, which would be plenty for general PVM. And then for bosses, you could always, if it bothers you, you'd always just put on the Gill Arms for bosses. I don't bother, although I probably should for Bale, but I always forget, you know. Or Atmos Scarab you could use for bosses. So yeah, there's plenty of ways around it. It basically, once you... The problems become when you get the better gear and not before. Early on, it's a breeze. But the moment you switch from Duress to Enigma, you lose Crushing Blow. Do you know what I mean? And then you switch to Nightwings from Gill Arms, you lose Crushing Blow. And so then you kind of... You do still need it because, you know, there are a lot of cold immunes. So you need to supplement the magic damage and the fire damage and your venom damage with Crushing Blow. And open wounds preferably as well. You need open wounds a bit. So yeah. But if I wasn't using Rift, yeah, it changes everything. Usually it's resistances go up the spout. The moment I put Enigma on, all of a sudden my resistances are shot to bits, you know. But yeah, if I wasn't using Rift, then I'd be using Gill Arms, or I'd be using a nice circlet or something. And if I wasn't using Rift, I'd be using something with static or Crushing Blow on it. And then I'd probably go back to Myrmidian Greaves. So either Upped Gores or Shadow Dancers, or you could even craft some. You could craft some safety Myrmidian Greaves, because I think the strength requirement is 206, 203. So you know you should have enough. Has she got any for sale?
Yes?
No, but she does sell them, and then you just craft them and see what you end up with. You know. I crafted, when I was leveling, I crafted, I had a pair of blue, early on I found a pair of blue mirrored boots, and I used the blood recipe to craft them, and I ended up with a pair of mirrored boots that, like these, they didn't have run walk on them, but they had life replenish, life leech, resistances, and life as well, so they were really good. If I did, I'd craft some more if I didn't need the Crushing Blow.
Can I help you?
But yeah, this build, it shines kind of early late game. Yeah, I mean, if you got Stormlash, I would just stick with Stormlash. It's just they're so rare, the Rift was easier for me. But also Crescent Moon, Phase Blade, for the cost of an rune, is a brilliant weapon for a kicker. Basically a watered down Stormlash, but it gives minus res, whereas Stormlash doesn't. So, you know, it can be used to good effect with other items. like a whispering, for instance. But yeah, Stormlash is great because it's got 33% crushing blow on it. So it opens up a lot of, you know, then you can wear a circlet instead of Gilhelms and get skills and other nice mods, castrate and stuff, you know. It's an awesome weapon. Yeah. And you could change your boots then to Shadow Dancers and benefit from the hit recovery, you know. So it's very mix and match character. But for me, for PVM, you know, Stormlash is so rare that I think Crescent Moon early on until you can get a Rift, or Crescent Moon and then Azarath. Azarath is a great weapon for this build, and I think if I wasn't using Rift, that's the one I'd be using. Oh yeah, no worries. Don't worry. I've been playing hours. Don't worry, you know. Yeah, it's a weird thing, Diablo, isn't it? It's like people who know about cars or something. You know, to talk about engines, or you know, people who know about football or something. You know. You've been playing it a while. There's all these little mini systems within the game, isn't there? You know. That, you know, new players just, you know, they wouldn't know about. And trust me, I'm not in any rush to do Bale. He just annoys me. You know. Oh, shit. That was almost nasty. Yeah. One other thing about this build, about this setup, is I've only got 10 faster hit recovery and only 20% faster cast rate. In general, that's enough. But a pack like that, you probably have to be careful. Like, you know, you might get locked, you know. Yeah, I mean, they're usually the people that buy their gear, do you know what I mean? Oh, you haven't got this circlet with the, you know, like non-ladder people, you know, oh, you need this circlet with these obscenely overpowered mods, you know, that they bought on like d2gear.com or whatever it is. Yeah. Couple of surprises on this one. I don't like the witches dolls combo. Witches amp you, and then the dolls run in and finish you off. It's nasty business. And they're going to be in here, aren't they? Yeah, but that's what Mind Blast is for. Right. Get my...
Good evening.
I take two poison things when I do Bale. So when I do him, I'm not going to switch to the gill arms, and you'll see like the 25% crushing blow. Is just enough to make him manageable. Yeah. I mean, if you can go higher, then, you know, I always think it's nice on a sword. Because they've got such good, you know, break points, you know. But yeah, for PVM, it just doesn't matter, does it? Do you know what I mean? PvP is a different animal. PVM is just, you can go, I mean, you know, you'll see on Lister's mob. Yeah. Decrepify is the main problem with this bit. So I always stay back here to fight this lot. So he can't decrepify me, you know. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll put on the Atmas and see. Yeah, I think I'll do that. It's gonna fight for dominance with my life tap, but I want to try it. My res can bear it, I think. This is the problem when you don't have Reapers on your Merc, you know? Am I even hitting him? That answers that question then.
I am overburdened.
Tiny bit faster, but it got balanced out because skills had extra chance to hit. Yeah, there are a couple of hefty ones, weren't there? And when amp damage procced, he did go down a bit faster. So Mara's... The two skills from Mara's give me an extra percentage to hit him. And res, which isn't really needed. So yeah, I think I'll use the... I think if I switched in the Gill Arms as well, the Gill Arms plus the Atmas, he would have gone down very quickly. Usually I just forget though. But I'll remember the Atmas. Did he drop anything? Didn't, did he? No, nothing. As usual. We'll have a look at that. And that. Yeah, I had to use a pot for mana. When you drain my mana, that's it, really. So...
Good to see you.
But yeah, so I think with the right setup, 25% is enough. Obviously, if declone appeared, I'd put that on. I'd just swap that for that fight. Everywhere else, they're enough. With Rift, with other weapons, you know, you should probably go with different boots, get better kick damage, you know, because there is quite a big difference between those and Myrmidian Greaves. I think the maximum isn't too different, but the minimum is quite a bit of damage, and obviously that gets enhanced then, you know, through strength and other things, you know. Right, what's this? Does the gold find vary on that? Does it, or is it just the defense? It's at the moment because I'm off work. I'm like, every time I play Diablo, I stream it. So it's like, this is just me playing. It's because it'll run on a toaster. It's just easy to stream at the same time. So yeah, I probably will be. When I go back to work, it'll be a bit different because it's a day job, so it won't be as many late nights. But you know, I'm always up at this time regardless. So you know, so I will be streaming. Just keep an eye out. You'll get notified probably. But there's no obligation. I stream if there's 0 people watching, and then if someone wants to pop in for 10 minutes and ask me a question, you know, they can. But yeah, don't stay up on my account. Plus, I'm going to be taking a break now anyway, because I need a drink and a sandwich. Maybe watch an episode of Mr. Robot. Do you stream at all? Do you stream your gameplay? You'd be surprised. I mean, it's a 20-year-old game. If it's a relatively recent laptop, it shouldn't have any problem at all. The only thing is, it's useful to have a second screen. So when you type something, it comes up on the stream, doesn't it? But I don't see that in the game. So I've got the streaming software on another monitor, so I see the chat on that, you know. But you know, that's not necessary, really. You don't have to chat. You just stream, you know. Or use there are chat apps that you can use for your phone. So you could just have your laptop stream on your laptop and then use the phone for Twitch chat. There's ways around it, but your laptop should be able to handle it for sure if it's fairly recent. The problems come when I try to. Have you? Yeah, that's what I use. So if you run into any problems, give me a shout and I can help you out. You know, because obviously, if you're gonna stream Diablo, I can show you. You know, like how to create that little box to blur the game. You know, the game name or the password and stuff. That won't matter for you though, will it? Single player. But yeah, what I do, I mean, I was streaming at 1080, and even that was fine. But I've reduced the quality now, so I stream at 720. So it uses even less resources. It literally uses, I'm looking at it now, 0.2% of my CPU. 0.2%. So it'll run on a toaster. Yeah, so I wouldn't worry about it. The problem comes when you try to stream a modern game. I tried to stream Gunfire Reborn, which is like a cross between Diablo and a first-person shooter. And it was all stuttery, and then I realised it was because I was streaming it at 1080. And you never know. You'd be surprised people stop by, you know. But you wouldn't just stream that anyway. You would stream some level 20 Ascension, you know, that game, I can't remember what it's called. You would stream that. Oh, that wasn't you, was it? That was the other guy, the Russian fella. I'm getting confused now. But yeah, stream it. You know, don't just stream other stuff as well. You know. I mean, I did it. I started just because I have many, but they never meet. But yeah, for me, it was just like an experiment. And I thought, like, Diablo would be like the easiest game to kind of start and try out to see what streaming was like and seeing, you know. But there are lots of other games I want to stream as well. And you know, it takes a while to get your voice sounding okay because there's like filters and stuff you can use. So it's good to start with something you can alt tab out of easily and, you know, mess around with, and doesn't take much to run. But then once I'd started back on the ladder, I just kept going then. Because I didn't start at the start of this ladder, I started quite late. Otherwise I'd have an Annie and maybe Infinity. But there's always next ladder. But yeah, if you decide to stream, let me know, and then I'll come and watch, and I might be able to help you with OBS. I need all res really. Likewise, thanks for the follow, and thanks for the conversation. I like it when people type and they ask stuff. Sometimes what you'll find when you stream is it'd be like perhaps like one viewer, but there'd be like nothing in the chat, and you'll be talking and you think, am I just talking to myself? Is it just a bot? And so it's always nice when people like actually take the effort to type. So yeah, it's been a pleasure this end as well. Thanks very much. I'll see you soon. Likewise. body, I think. Let's pick that up before the game decides to screw me. There we go. Well, that was worth running the gauntlet of
I can't carry
the
anymore.
dolls. I like me a low rune. My precious.